Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday, except for last Friday because it was Valentine's Day, but I am back again. If you are watching live, welcome. And if you were watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you too. This week, I have two different books that I am working on. I am reading Mickey 7, which honestly I'm really enjoying so far, and I'm on page 137, chapter 12. And I'm also, of course, reading The Winter People, and this is for Kat and I's book club that we are hosting next Thursday at 8 p.m. And that one is going to be on Kat's channel. So, really looking forward to talking about this one. I'm still fairly early into the book, I'm on page 106. But I'm really liking this one too. So I came out of my reading slump strong is basically what I'm telling you. I spent forever working on two different books, and when I got out of those two, I started some much smaller books, and both of them so far are going great. So super excited about that, and hopefully if you're watching this, you also are planning on joining Kat and I for our book club, and if you are, let me know because that sounds great. And as always, this is just a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket like me because it's cold where I am, or, put a fan on you if you're one of the lucky people that it's summertime for you right now. I'm jealous. I am very much looking forward to the warmer weather. We have been blasted with snow, ice. There was one day that we got hail. I looked at the forecast and we're supposed to be getting up into like the 40s and even possibly the 50s in the next week. And I know it's going to get cold again because it just always does every time that we're heading into March. But I'm really, I'm really excited to have temperatures above freezing. Cannot even tell you how much. So yeah, let me know what you are working on tonight, and I'm going to go over to the comments and see who all is here. And first to come on was Swank saying, howdy everybody with the frozen face. Yeah, Swank, I'm in the same boat as you. There is a bunch of snow on the ground. It had a chance to do like the most minimal of thaws today, meaning that it was warm enough up on the roof that, some of the ice and snow up there started melting, but it's still completely covering the ground, which is not really all that fun. And Robert says, hello, room. I'm currently reading Blackwood's Blue Sky, Owen Ivy. Very nice. And I haven't heard of that, but I hope that you are enjoying it. And Faye says, hello. I still haven't started The Winter People. Oops, definitely reading it next week. Well, that's okay. You still got time. I will say that this was the funny part. If any of you were on, and Faye, I'm pretty sure you were on a Cat Sprints on Wednesday. I was talking about how I was starting this, and Kat said, well, it's a little slow in the beginning. After reading The Terror, I promise this is not slow. Like, to me, I'm going through it and, page 106, and I'm like, yeah, I feel like plenty's happening right now. So hopefully you will end up liking it. That's my hope. And Swink says, congrats on finishing The Terror. Thank you very much. Yeah, I have plans on making a video about The Terror to give all of my thoughts on it. I am still debating about whether I have a spoiler section or just leave it kind of a general review because, and here's the reason I say that. When I went through and I looked at all of my notes of everything I wanted to talk about that wasn't spoiler, it's going to be long. Like, it's a lot of information. So if I tack on a spoiler section in addition to that, I don't know how long the video would be, but I'm like, I don't know who would want to watch that long of a video about one book. But I can tell you that what I have for notes that are spoiler free is it's pretty substantial. And Robert says, Ivy is the author of, The Snow Child. Yes, yes, yes. That is one that I actually am hoping to read next winter because everybody talked about it and spoke so highly of it. I kind of am looking forward to getting out of cold themed books. As you can imagine, especially heading into spring, I'm not going to be looking to start another book set in the winter, but I think for next season, that one would be a really good choice. And I know, Robert, that you loved that book. And Zach says, hi, I'm reading Batman Ultimate Evil. Oh, fun, by Andrew Vach. Is it Vach? That's a cool last name. And hopefully you are enjoying that, Zach. And I know we don't have a bunch of people on right now. Hopefully we're going to get some extras who are going to join in later, which is no problem. So if you all want to let me know how long you would like our first sprint to be, I can give you all your first question. And Nicole is here. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, yay, finished the terror. I did. Yes, I did. And I would never tell you to read it, Nicole. And oh, Robert, since you're on this week, I wanted to let you know, since I finished the terror, I got to go in and finally read your review, and it was funny. So I'm really glad that I was able to see that on Goodreads. It wasn't like a super long review, but it told me everything that I needed to know about how you felt about it, and it was such a bummer because of how much you really loved the beginning part of the book. So I'm sorry that that happened. And Nicole says, hi, by the way. Hello. Robert says, chicken. I don't even know how to say that. Caciator? Am I saying that right? Caciator? How do you say that? Please type out the phonetics for me. And Keaton delivery. Yeah, so Keaton is cooking dinner tonight. He got off work early, and so he said that he wanted to make dinner, which I thought was so sweet. And he is making one of our favorite dishes, which is mushroom cavatappi. Really looking forward to it. We do it in like a creamy, cheesy sauce. It's like, oh, it's so good. And Angel is here. Hello, Angel. Angel says, hello, everyone. And Swank says, I'm reading Carousels and Characters. Very nice. I don't know who wrote that, or I can't tell by the title whether that's like a cozy book or a comedy. I'm not sure what it is, but hopefully it's good. And Zach says, I really want to read The Terror now, but I'm trying to stop making long commitment reads. Well, you read a lot faster than I do, Zach, so I don't know how long it would take you to read. It took me forever because every time I picked it up, it was just I honestly made the most progress on any given day sitting and reading because of sprints, except for probably the very end, just because I was at the end of the book and I was like, okay, I'm going to be able to get through this. But my motivation really was just not there. And for all I know, you would love it. I didn't, but you might. And Faye said 45. Perfect. And Nicole said Cacciatore. Okay, thank you for that. And Robert says facepalm Cacciatore. I don't know. I've never had that before. How am I supposed to know? Nicole says in Italian now. Cacciatore. I don't know how to. I'm not a good Italian. I can do the hand motion. That's about it. And Robert says, hand, yellow heart, red heart in Italian. And Heidi says, hello, I'm listening to The Black Company by Glenn Cook, and I will be starting The Woman soon, which is a literary fiction. Very nice. Now, The Black Company by Glenn Cook, that was a series, and it's a fantasy, and it's a grim dark, right? Because if I'm thinking of the correct book, Heidi, Keaton read that. He got like the collection. It might have been of the first 3 books that came in a volume, but he read the whole thing. He did tell me that he wasn't sure if I would like it. So I haven't like jumped on reading that, but hopefully you're enjoying it. And Swank says Cozy Mystery by Elizabeth Pantley. Okay, perfect. It kind of had that vibe of something cozy just because it was a whimsical title. Nicole says, actually, that was a fairly good accent. Oh, thank you. And Zach says, I did watch like 5-hour reviews tearing Fourth Wing apart. So go off. Oh, I don't think that anything I could say about it would be quite as, I'm not going to say entertaining because I hope that my reviews generally are entertaining. But Fourth Wing was one of those where, because it was so popular, whenever people would tear it apart, it became really funny because there was the people who loved it and there was the people who were like, this is awful. And so it was always interesting to kind of like get the different takes that people had on it. The Terror is one that I have only heard of from you all. I have not heard anybody else talk about it. So I don't know how much interest. I don't even. I definitely could not come up with 4 hours of stuff to say about the Terror. Not because there isn't that much to talk about, but because I would be sick of talking about it after that point, as much as I was already sick of reading it. Nicole says, now just put the right emphasis on the correct syllable. You're right. I probably can't. I mean, maybe if I heard somebody say it, but I don't think I could just trying to read it. And Heidi says, yes, the Black Company reminds me of Malazan. It is a fantasy on another level, complex. Yeah, that was how Keaton described it as well. So I'm, like I said, really hoping that you like the complexity of it. He said, I hope you still read Hyperion. I have a digital copy of it that I bought years ago, so I can guarantee you at some point I'm going to read it. It's just, as you can imagine, not high up on my priority list right now. But I haven't given up on it, especially the fact it was a Hugo Award winner. I am somebody that stands by the fact that just because an author writes one book that is amazing and people love it doesn't mean that every book they write is going to be a hit, or that the one book I picked up from them means that everything else they wrote is bad. I don't think that. It just gives me a really good idea of the style of his writing, unless he's changed that much since he wrote Hyperion. I'm not sure. But the fact that they're also different genres says a lot, because I don't know about you all, but when an author that's famous for one genre kind of branches out to write another one, sometimes it doesn't always go well. I, I'm willing to still shoot the shot of reading Hyperion. Oh no, Robert's saying it's Malazan. Malazan. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I really am not always fantastic with my pronunciation. So always feel free to put in the chat phonetically how to say something and I will correct myself. So thank you for that. And I have to give you all your first question, which is going to be, what is your opinion of professionally built tree houses and would you live in one? And just because I'm getting excited about the fact that it's going to be warm weather soon, I know we're not quite there, but I'm going for it. I changed our theme this week to being a little forest with greenery because I'm sending everybody warm thoughts. And Zach says, I pronounce it cacciatori, rolling R's optional. So it's like what? Cacciatori? Like I can't, I'm not sure. That doesn't sound right either. That definitely doesn't sound Italian. Not me saying it anyway. I'm sure if you say it, it sounds a lot better. But yeah, I'll go ahead and get us started on our first sprint. Hopefully, we'll end up getting some more people in here. But if we don't, that's okay. Might end up just being a smaller group tonight. But hope you all enjoy your read. I think I am going to start with the Winter People and probably just bounce back and forth tonight. But I think the bulk of my time is going to be spent reading this just because of how close we are to our book club. So I will see you all in a little bit and happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 133 in The Winter People, so I'm officially over a third of the way through the book, which is great. And I just jumped back into Mickey 7, so I haven't read very much more in this, but I am on page 139 in that one. So let's see what you all have to say as the answer to my question, which is, what is your opinion of professionally built tree houses, and would you live in one? Oh, Ron came in. Hi, Ron. Good to see you. Ron says, good evening. Faye says, I'd visit one, but I couldn't live in one. Every gust of wind, I think it's about to fall. Yeah, I've wondered with those because, of course, trees, they fall down all the time, like how they determine which trees are the strongest and best suited. I imagine they have to bring out some sort of arborist or have specialists that can like look at the health of the tree and the age of the tree and how likely it is to go down. Of course, accidents happen, but I can completely understand where you're coming from, Faye. And Angela, hi, Angela. Angela says, hi, Alex. I'm so happy the terror is over for you and that your reading slump has ended. Yay, The Snow Child is so good. Yeah, I think that'll be a really good read for next year. And thank you for the well wishes about the terror. Heidi says, yes, I have seen luxury gorgeous tree houses on the internet for vacations. Yeah, that is something I think would be really cool, is to find some place that has a tree house just to stay for a short period of time. I think there's a lot of really cool and unique places to go and stay on vacations, and I've seen them. Like, people find them on the internet all the time and they're like, "Oh, you should come stay at this place." I'm like, "How did you find that?" I want to figure out the best way to find those, because I don't know if it's something that would be on like a Verbo or an Airbnb, or if you have to like find people independently who do that stuff. I have no idea, but I would love to stay in a treehouse for vacation. Angela said, thanks for the lush green woodsy vibe. You're very welcome. Like you, I am over winter. I'm a seasonal reader and I'm now on my last winter book too. Yay! That's awesome. That's perfect. I'm happy to hear it. Looks like we're in line together this year, Angela. And you said the only way I could live in a tree house is if it had an electric lift. I did love them as a child, though. I don't know if I've ever been in a true, just like family built tree house. I feel like I have, but that also just might be my projection from like books and media that I've read over the years, because I'm trying to think of what friend I ever had that owned a tree house and I can't think of a single one. So maybe I haven't. Um, but I have always thought that they were really cool. And I think some of them probably would have a lift of some kind, because they can be quite far up in the trees. And if you had like groceries or anything like that, you'd have to have some way to be able to get them up to your house, because you can't like hold a bunch of groceries and then go up your ladder. I mean, I guess you could, but it would be very comfortable. So that would be a curious thing to look into, is how people actually get up into their homes. Maybe it's one of those where they have like a really long ramp where like it starts off somewhere over here and then it connects like through the trees up until you finally get to the house. That would be pretty cool. And Swing says, yes, a treehouse would be so cool, but I would have to have an elevator. I'm going to look that up and see if they do that. And Heidi says, Alex, check out the Wood Nest Hotel in Norway. Treehouse rooms. I am going to look that up. I'm going to look that up during the next sprint, because that sounds really cool. Wood Nest Hotel. That's a really cute name for a hotel too. Teresa says, hi, Alex and friends. Hello to you. I almost forgot you were on tonight. Nicole reminded us. Thank you, Nicole, for that. And Teresa, glad you came on. Yeah, I know it always messes everything up when I end up skipping a week. And our Valentine's Day ended up being a little messy. It ended up being nice at the end of it. And I'm not somebody that's very easily like ruffled about things, but the week of Valentine's was a horrible week, just horrible at work. And I had found out really bad news that one of my coworkers on my direct team was getting laid off, which was awful. And so, Valentine's comes around, it's on Friday. I called and made a reservation at Outback. Keaton and I have never eaten at Outback together. I've eaten at an Outback exactly one time in my life, but we were joking about how we wanted to get the bloomin' onion. So I had called 3 weeks ahead. I had to speak to 3 different people for them to confirm whether or not I could even make a reservation, but they finally told me I could. Showed up, and I'm like, I'm here, I have a reservation. And they had been telling all these people ahead of me that it was over an hour wait. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to have that because we made a reservation. And I get up there, and the hostesses are like smiling at each other, and they're like, well, it's going to be an hour wait. And I said, for a reservation? And they said, well, it's not really a reservation, it's priority seating. And because we're so busy tonight, you're going to have to wait the hour like anybody else. And I and I looked at them and I was like, that would have been really nice for somebody to tell me when I called and made the reservation 3 weeks ago. And they kind of were like, oh. And that is the only bad 1-star review I have ever left. Like, normally when I don't have a great experience somewhere, I don't do anything or say anything about it. But I was so angry that I was like reaming them on Google. I was so mad. Bubby agrees with me. He's barking out there. But the nice thing is I called Keaton. Barker, no. Stop it. Sorry, he's going to start barking. Barker, stop it. Barker. Keaton's in the kitchen with his headphones on, so he doesn't hear Barker. 1 second. Sorry, everybody. He just needs to get it out of his system, but he's looking at me now like, okay, I shouldn't have been doing that. But yeah, I got a hold of Keaton and called him and told him the news. And he had suggested that we go get sushi. And I'm like, oh, surely the restaurant that we were going to go to would not have any availability, because sushi would be a really popular thing for Valentine's Day. And I called them and I asked them if there was any way they could give us a reservation. And they did, actually. It was 45 minutes later than when we were originally going to eat, but we ended up having a really wonderful meal, and the food was great. Company was great, of course. Keaton and I had a really fun time, and we went and got ice cream afterwards. So I'm glad to have taken the night to go and have our Valentine's Day, but it was just can we have one thing go the way that it's supposed to? But I'm kind of glad, I guess, that it didn't, because I think our meal ended up being nicer than had we gone to Outback. So anyway. Zach says, that's a no on the treehouse for me. To be brief and harsh, it's a more money than brains type thing for me. That's fair. It's understandable. I definitely think that when you have the option to start doing wild and interesting things, it's probably because you don't have to worry about the cost as much. I mean, definitely those TV shows that I've seen, I imagine that the people who want those built are pretty well off if they can hire a company to just specially do that for them. And I don't actually know what the cost of building a treehouse would be in comparison to a regular house. I have no idea, because it doesn't have a foundation. So I mean, they don't have to pour anything. I don't know. And Teresa says, Robert, were you on Nerdy Kathy's live the other day? I missed it, but went back to watch, and I thought I saw you comment. And Nicole says, no treehouse, too many bugs. And Robert says, Teresa, I was there. Kathy is so cool. She did a great time hosting. And Robert says, read page 112 to 136. Good job. Robert says, had a great time hosting. English good. I know what you meant, Robert. And Zach says, as a heads up, I didn't like Hyperion. Okay, good to know. And I'll warn you that it's one of those books where the first chapter is like hitting a brick wall. Okay. Well, after having read The Terror was pretty much the same way. So that gives me something to think about. Though I don't think Hyperion is anywhere close to the same length as The Terror, right? Because how many pages is Hyperion by Dan Simmons? Oh, okay, 481 for the mass market paperback. So that's actually still a pretty long book. I didn't expect it to be that long, but still not as long as The Terror. You said because it's full of words from the fictional world that you don't know yet, but after that it becomes comprehensible. I mean, I guess a lot of science fiction can be that way. I haven't yet read Dune, but it feels like, because Keaton has told me in the very back of Dune is like the whole, what is it, an appendix of all of the words and the history and the explanations of different things that show up in the text. So I think I could probably get used to that, because once I understand what's going on, like you said, gets better. And Teresa says, Robert, I agree. I don't read much fantasy, but I started watching her because she talked about her dog and plants. I do like mystery, though, and she also reads that. That's very nice. Heidi says, I was head over heels in love with Hyperion from the prologue, and it's more like a science fiction Canterbury Tales. Those tales will stay with you forever, as well as the mystery. See the cover. Robert says, did the tree just make a noise? No, Barker makes a lot of noise, though. And Faye says, I read 13 pages of the Upanishads. Upanishads? Not sure how to pronounce that either, but cool. Teresa says, I was watching Nicole laughing while she was reading on her sprints. That's good. Was it for Don Quixote? And Nicole said, ordered people, and you ordered people? Are you eating people? Or did you order your meal? And started Agalia's daughter. And Ron says, I think professionally built tree houses are neat, but I wouldn't want to live in one. That's fair. Heidi says YouTube shorts pop up with great vacation hotels. They do. Yes, Instagram, I used to see those a lot on there as well. And Ron says, I started reading 2001 A Space Odyssey and got through about 10 pages. Then I switched to my audiobook, The Stone of Farewell, while I eat. Very nice. I do still need to read 2001 A Space Odyssey. And what's the best about that is I have never seen the movie. And I know it's blasphemous. I have not seen Hal and everything. I know a little bit about the movie because it's so famous, but I don't know the ins and outs. So it's going to be fun to read the book because I'm going to learn so much. It's the same thing with Dune. I've never seen any of the Dune movies, so I don't have any frame of reference for anything other than what Keaton's told me, because the Dune series is one of his favorites of all time. And Caitlin is here. Hi, Caitlin. Caitlin says, hello, I'm late, but here. Well, welcome. Never worry about being late. You made it. I don't like nature enough to live in it. That's fair. I guess I feel like I could live in a tree house if I didn't have to be the one to spend the money to build it. Like if somebody built a tree house and they were like, here, you can have this, I think that would be really cool, because I used to stay out at my mama's house all the time when I was a kid, and they built a house out in the country, and it was completely surrounded by woods. It was like 30 to 45 minutes to get anywhere in town that, was actually worth visiting. It was just farm roads. It's actually how I learned how to drive. I started driving when I was a really little kid. Like my mama started me off in her lap, and I would do the steering wheel and she'd do the gas and the brakes. Well, when I was tall enough to do the gas and the brakes, she would let me drive up the really long driveway up to their house. And then eventually she'll let me go out on the road and drive the little way up. And so I guess I have a very positive feeling about being out in the country and being out in nature, because I loved staying with her. And they had deer and they had blackberry bushes and we could camp outside, and she had a garden, and that's how I got my first grown pumpkin, and it was just really cute. I loved it. And William's here. Hi, William. William says it would need a well-maintained plumbing system. That is true. Treehouse reminds me of a childhood clubhouse. Shoddy buildings we used as exclusive clubs. Yeah, I think that's the way that most people's tree houses are. And Ron said, no restaurants will take reservations around here anymore. Oh, that sucks. That's the thing, is like, I've never had an instance before where I showed up someplace, made a reservation, and they were like, oh, well, our reservation wasn't actually a reservation. It's like, you couldn't say that. That's insane. And Heidi says, Ron, nice. I'm in the middle of The Last King of Osten-Ard. Same narrator. Love the Hickadea voice. It is even better than Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn 30 years later. That's awesome. Ron says, this is my first reread for this book in maybe 30 years. I love that. Robert says, cannibalism for Nicole. I was thinking the same thing. Nicole ordered people for dinner. Cannibalism's coming into fashion. And Teresa says, I think Nicole ordered pizza. She was talking about doing that. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Ron says the 2001 book was written specifically to be made into a movie and then rewritten after the movie was made. I've never heard of such a thing. Faye says Freudian typo. Yes, it's pizza with people topping. I see how it is. It's like that Rick and Morty skit. And Zach says 2001 is a wild book. The book and movie were written simultaneously and influenced each other. Okay, so that makes sense for what Ron was saying. Yeah, Nicole ordered pizza. Okay, perfect. We're getting close to the end of the comments here, so if y'all want to let me know how long you would like our next sprint to be, we could do 30 or 45 minutes. And Heidi says, Alex, by the way, Pierce Brown, who wrote Red Rising, said that Dan Simmons must have been struck by lightning to write Hyperion. It is that great. Everyone I know who reads it loves it. See any top 10 sci-fi. Oh, no, I completely agree with you about that. When I went on Goodreads, because I had heard about Hyperion a long time ago when I first was diving into my sci-fi journey, which is how I've had a digital copy of it now for years. I don't even know how long I've owned it. But I bought it, I think, shortly after I started reading Ray Bradbury because it was considered classic sci-fi. The ratings for it are through the roof. And that's why I'm really hoping I'll like it. I told Keaton there are certain books I get stressed about reading. And I'm pretty sure that I've told you all this before, that I get worried about reading them when they're so popular because I feel like if I don't like them, I can't say anything, which I know sounds bad. But like if I were to read Dune and I didn't like it, how in the world would I ever be able to tell people I didn't like Dune, right? Same thing would be with like Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit. Like any just like truly classic and beloved like science fiction or fantasy. And to be clear, I haven't read those and disliked them. There's just a lot of pressure I feel to enjoy it. And I think I feel the same way about Hyperion. And now having read something else from Dan Simmons, I'm like, please be better. And Swink says, I've always fallen asleep during 2001 every time I've tried to watch it. Oh, that's hilarious. Nicole says, my secret is out. Don't worry. We won't tell anyone yet. And Teresa says, Nicole, does your husband know what you do when he's gone? And Swink says, 45. And Ron says, if anyone ends up not liking Hyperion, you can hang out with me. Oh, that's nice, Ron. Thanks. And Heidi says, you will like Dune and Lord of the Rings. I certainly hope so. I'll have to show you all the copies of Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit that my grandma Julie gave me. They're like some really old hardback editions that have like the old illustrations. She had held on to them for years because she's a big fan of that series, and she just decided she didn't want them anymore. And oh, thank you. Just decided that she didn't want them anymore and gave them to me this past New Year's. And I was like, wow, these are super cool. And the only editions I had ever had, I didn't buy them. They were the little mass market movie paperbacks that my friend's mom from high school had given me, and I've just always held on to them. So now I have like some really pretty copies that I love. Also, if you're wondering what Keaton just brought me, I'm that weirdo that loves to eat the stems off of mushrooms. And since we're having mushroom cavatappi, every time he cooks it and cuts them off, he brings them to me. So I'm going to be eating these during our next sprint. And Faye says, I didn't like The Hobbit. If you do it like that. Oh, you do it like that. Okay, got it. Yeah, that's so funny. Wait, Faye, so you didn't like The Hobbit, but did you like the 3 like Lord of the Rings books? I'm curious. Robert says 45. I'll stop now. That's okay, Robert. It's perfectly acceptable to make fun of me if I mispronounce something, but when you start typing things out to try to get me to mispronounce them, that's mean. And Nicole says, nope, that's why I wait for him to leave. Zach says, I never attempt to do stuff on actual holidays. The days are made up and you can have a cheaper, better time a month before or after holidays are made up. Don't fall for the trap. I get it. I don't blame you. The reason why it was nice to do it this year is just because I'm like, wow, a Friday Valentine's Day. And I guess last year we also celebrated on Valentine's Day, though that one was a little bit of a rough experience as well because Keaton got stuck in traffic and he was 45 minutes late to dinner, so I was at the restaurant by myself for 45 minutes, and obviously that wasn't his fault. I wasn't mad at him or anything like that. It was just when I called him to let him know that our reservation had fallen through, he started laughing and he was like, are we cursed? Like, can we can we have a normal Valentine's Day? So we'll see what happens next year. I don't know. But I completely agree with you. I knew a lot of people who said that they were going to be celebrating it either like a couple days ahead or a couple days after. And I think that makes perfect sense. If you don't want to have to fight a crowd, then be able to enjoy it at your own pace. Teresa says, Nicole, it's better that way. William says, I love mushrooms. Me too. Faye says, Lord of the Rings is okay. I liked them. Okay, well, that's good to know. Keaton also really enjoyed Lord of the Rings. So, and to his credit, when I brought up with him, because again, Dune is one of his favorite things in the entire world, when I told him that I was afraid to read them in case I didn't like them, because I didn't want him to look at me and be like, well, you just didn't get it. Like, everybody's read one of those books before that you read it and you think it's amazing and you just completely understand where the author's coming from, and then you see a negative review for it and you're like, that person didn't get that book at all. I don't want that to be me. Not that there's anything that can be done about it. If that's the way that it's going to be that way. But I want to always go into it like, okay, I'm going to try to understand why this is popular and hope that I will like it too. And Heidi says, if you do not like fantasy or sci-fi, you probably will not like Dune or Lord of the Rings. Those two represent the best of those genres. Well, I love both genres, and you know that. So that should bode well for me. And Kathy's here. Hi, Kathy. Kathy says, hi, guys. Reading Throttled by Lauren Asher tonight. Very nice. I hope you were enjoying that so far. And Faye says, yeah, I'm not a fantasy fan, but I love sci-fi and love Dune. Okay. Well, that's great. That makes a lot of sense then. And Zach says, mushrooms are fire. Yes, they are. They're one of my favorite foods in the whole world. I think mushrooms would probably be the only way I could ever give up meat, is to have like a mushroom patty, like a portobello mushroom patty. I love them so much. And Kathy says, I do love the Barsoom series by Edgar Rice Burroughs. Okay, perfect. And then I got to give you all your next question. Oh, sci-fi. Sorry. Okay, so the sci-fi Barsoom series. Got you. Thank you for that correction, Kathy. And Angel says, Andrew and I made a charcuterie board and watched a movie that we've never seen. That's our Valentine's. That is so sweet. I love that. And charcuterie is one of the best things in the world. I eat entirely too much of it, which is why Keaton and I don't really do it all that often, but I do love a good charcuterie. And I got to give you all your next question, and 45 minutes was called for this one, so that is easy. And now that we have some more people on, I wanted to ask, have you heard about Kindle's latest controversy with book ownership? And I'm going to let you all fire off in the comments about this one, and then I'll fill in anything that isn't explained, because there's a lot of crap going on with Amazon these days. Ron says, Dune is famous for people not understanding it. There you go. The whole reason he wrote a sequel was to explain the first book to people who misunderstood. I guess that's also why it has such a long appendix in the back, right? And I can respect that. There's a lot of symbolism, I'm told. Much symbolism in Dune. And Zach says, Edgar Rice Burroughs also created Tarzan. Those books are insanely racist. Aren't a lot of authors from back in the day, they just have a lot of issues? I mean, Orson Scott Card is famously homophobic. People love Ender's Game. So, I don't know. It feels like you can't really love anybody anymore, because you just never know what kind of person they are, except Terry Pratchett. I will love him forever. And Faye says, I had a good Valentine's. The love of my life, aka Book Outlet, gave me a Valentine's Day coupon. So we had a book shopping date together. I'm a lucky girl. I love that so much, Faye. That's awesome. Good for you. I'm glad that you had a good time. And yeah, so I got you all your next question. I'm going to sit here and munch on my mushroom stems while the delicious smelling cavatappi is baking in the kitchen. It's like wafting in here. It's delightful. And I'm going to wish you all very happy reading. So I'll see you in a little bit. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I unintentionally and unexpectedly made it to page 147 in both books. That's where I ended. There was just a perfect chapter break for each of these books on that page. Don't know how that happened, but pretty cool. So, moving right along in the stories, I actually feel like The Winter People moves pretty quickly. I mean, would I say it's fast paced? Maybe not, but it's definitely a solid middle pace for where it is right now. And I've heard from multiple people, including Kat, that when it gets to the end, it like really picks up. So I think by the end of this book, I'm gonna say that it moved pretty quick, which I'm happy for. So let me know how you did during your sprint. And before we left, I asked you all the question, have you heard about Kindle's latest controversy with book ownership? See what y'all had to say. Let's see. Teresa says, I don't own a Kindle or read or any reading device. I just own books. Okay, there you go. And Faye says, I've heard about it and it made me feel vindicated in my opinion of digital ownership or lack thereof. Yeah. So Keaton has the same feelings that you do, Faye, and his is mostly about like music. And so he has started accumulating a lot of physical copies of music that he really loves in the event that streaming services like Spotify just kind of like screw artists over, or, they could stop promoting artists or having certain artists' music at any point, and he wants to make sure that he never loses any of his favorite albums. So he's got quite a big collection now of both CDs and vinyl, and has been like working to transfer them so that he can have them on a little not it's kind of like an iPod, but honestly, it's an even cooler like little media device than that. I think it's called a hi-fi. But he took that with us when we went out to Crater Lake for our vacation back in June, and I love that little thing. Like, it was great. I listened to it for quite a bit of our time there. Robert says, if you buy books on the Kindle store and download them to your Kindle device via Wi-Fi or a cellular network, you are not affected by these changes. Well, you kind of are, unfortunately, Robert. So when you download a book to your Kindle, you're only downloading like that specific copy, but like Amazon, because it's a Kindle device and they own all of the Kindles, if they ever wanted to, and this has happened to people, it actually happened to me one time. If they want to remove a book from the Kindle store and you are connected to the Wi-Fi, they can remove a copy of that book from your Kindle device. And if you're reading something on the Kindle app on your phone, it's going to be removed from the app too. So they can take that from you at any point in time. And they've pretty much always been able to do that. But now you're not going to be able to have any physical copy, or not, sorry, you won't be able to have any copy that's just yours that you could download onto your computer after February 26th. They're going to remove the ability for you to actually download a true copy to be able to save to read at any time that they can't take away from you. You said if you use a Kindle app on Windows, Mac OS, or Android, including Fire Tablet, you are not affected by these changes. I promise that you are, unfortunately. And Ron says the homophobia wasn't baked into the text of Ender's Game, though. That is true. That is very true. The series was basically humanist themes, which is why it felt like such a betrayal when Orson Scott Card came out as a homophobe. Yeah, I can agree with you there that like you wouldn't be able to tell any of that, because I read Ender's Game. I didn't read any of the sequels, but I read Ender's Game, and I didn't get that vibe from it at all. And Swang says that's why I'm a fan of books and could care less who the author is. There you go. And Caitlin says, I've only actually bought maybe 30 books on Kindle. The rest are from Stuff Your Kindle or free from Book Hub, so I don't really care. Well, there you go. If you would like to save copies of the books that you have bought on your Kindle, you can download those from just going into Amazon and going into your media your media manager that way, and you can download them if you want. And that's the thing, is not everybody's going to care about that. And I perfectly understand, because when I first heard this, I was like, oh, well, that doesn't really impact me and I'm not really bothered by it. But then when I realized that they would be able to just take away the books at this point, and I'm not even sure with the way that they're moving, because what would happen is when they used to take books away, they would send you a check in the mail, because I got one. They would send you a check in the mail for the cost of that book, of like whatever you paid for it, even if it was just a few bucks. And then now I'm not even sure that they're going to have to do that, because you're not going to technically own a copy anymore. You're just going to own the license to be able to read it. So that kind of sucks. And Swank says the main thing about the Kindle announcement is you won't be able to put your books onto a computer. Correct. The book will still be on your Kindle and Kindle apps unless they remove it. And it never even thought to put them on my computer. Well, you might want to. Just and again, if nobody else cares about this, that's totally fine. And if I'm on my soapbox, you can ignore me. I just want to make sure that everybody's aware of, all of the ways that this could impact you for things that you've purchased, because when you buy something, you expect to own it forever, right? At least I do. And Angela says, sounds like I'll be okay since I never even thought about reading a book on my computer. Jamie says, hello and happy Friday. It's officially the weekend. It is. And Jamie says, I'll be reading Little Thieves by Margaret Owen. Very, very nice. And Christina says, hi, Alex. Hello. Just popping in to show some love, then going to work on our porch. Snow collapsed the porch roof. No, we need to get it cleared before more falls from the main roof. Oh my God. So that exact thing is why I was terrified that one day that I got on here and I was late, and everybody thought that I had technical issues, and I was like out of breath and covered in snow because I was raking snow off of my front porch roof. That's exactly the reason why I did that, because when we got all that snow, we had a 3-foot drift up on the roof, and I'm like, that is way too much weight to have up there, and I was exactly afraid of that situation. So I'm so sorry that happened to you. It says, pause to hydrate, snack, tell us what it was, because we're nosy. I'm just drinking water tonight. But I did eat my cavatappi, and it was very tasty. Check laundry, take meds, stretch, show some love to the like button, make sure you're sub and ring the bell so you hopefully get notified. Thank you very much, Christina. And Faye says, I noticed recently on Audible that books I purchased have disappeared from their catalog, so can only be accessed if I downloaded them. They really do dump books and don't reimburse buyers. Yeah. So I'm sorry that happened to you, Faye, and that, they just didn't pay you anything, because especially with audiobooks are expensive. And I understand when you have an Audible subscription, that you're given, well, I don't have an Audible subscription, so to tell you the truth, I don't know all the details, but I know that you're given, like, I think 1 book a month for having that. And is it where they give you a discount if you buy any extras? I'm not really sure, but I know that audiobooks are always like twice the cost of any book that I want to buy, definitely twice the cost of a Kindle book. So I think that's really shitty if you spent like $20 on something for a particular story, and you go one day to listen to it again and you're like, oh, it's just gone. I just lost that $20. JK, hello. Good to see you, Joanne. And she says hello to all of us, and how are we all, and what are we working on today? Well, I am reading The Winter People and Mickey 7. So are you still working on your WIP, your work in progress? And Zach says, as for the evil A Kindle situation, welcome to Corpotopia, where your positions own you. Well, at least in my case, because I was thinking about people like Criminale, who he probably has like well over 1,000 books, I would imagine, because I know he spent like multiple thousands of dollars on books for what he has on his Kindle, because he read a Kindle a lot. And when he found out, he had to go and download every single one of those books individually, because Amazon does not make it easy to download them. Like, they won't let you do it in bulk. You have to go and click on each one. And I only had, I think it was 99 books, which, I mean, 99 is still a lot, but compared to some people, I only had 99 that I had to go and download. And I'm really glad that I did, because Amazon released the message about what was going to happen, and the fact they were going to take that right away to download it with, I think it was like a week's or 2 weeks notice, maybe like 10 days. It took like no time at all. and maybe it's because they think that people don't care, but I think it's because they're being sneaky. Robert says 147. I'm going to play that number. There you go. And Nicole says change in licensing agreement. Yes, you have less rights. And you said that's the thing, you never owned them. You owned a digital copy of them, but you do not own the right to resell them or redistribute them. So that was the main difference. You said you just had a license to use them, kind of like music license for videos. The only difference is with a Kindle, so if you had the ability to download it right onto your computer, you had that copy forever, whether they wanted to remove it from the store or not. Now, they do have something called digital rights management, which is inside the code for the book that made it to where you couldn't resell it or redistribute it to anybody, because obviously then anybody could get a free copy of an ebook, and that would be very bad for business. So you're right. You owned a license to be able to have that book, but at least they gave you more with the license of saying that, like, well, if you download it, we can't take it away from you. And they're not doing that anymore, which is the nice thing about owning a physical book. Is if you ever wanted to sell it, you wanted to loan it to somebody, like you can do that and nobody has the right to tell you that you can't. And it really does. I've never had a huge issue with ebooks personally. Like I've never been somebody that's been super against it or anything, because once I got an e-reader, I realized how cool it was to be able to carry around all of those books with you. But I do understand now why people like Keaton and people like Faye have a problem with owning things digitally, because when you see like the fact that you don't have rights to anything that you spent money for and you paid for them individually. It's not like a subscription service. Like I know that they have Kindle Unlimited, and that's totally different because you're paying a monthly fee to be able to have access to a certain number of books like you would with streaming, going on Hulu or Netflix or anything. But what is frustrating in this situation is you individually went and spent money on the specific books that you wanted, and they can still take those away from you. And I do think that sucks, because it's not just like a subscription service. And Caitlin says, I have physical also of the ones I bought or plan on buying them. There's that. I mean, I've accidentally, this is going to sound so stupid. I've accidentally bought physical copies of some books I didn't realize I had a digital copy of. Definitely not for all of them, but I do have a few duplicates. And Nicole said, oh no, Christina. And Zach says, I finished Batman Ultimate Evil. It was super dark. The Ultimate Evil was, oh God. That is horrible. I'm surprised that they put that in a comic, actually. Ron says, hey, I listened to a bunch more of Stone of Farewell while washing the dishes. Now I'm going to go watch some basketball. Good night, all. Well, enjoy your basketball. And thanks for coming, Ron. Christina says, yes, the drift up there right now looks like a glacier hanging over, ready to fall, with about a foot of ice topped with 2 to 3 feet of snow. No human or animals were harmed, but it is also blocking the sun's fire escape window. So to put him in bed, we need to clear it too. Oh my gosh, that's so scary. I'm so sorry. And the fact that you got that much ice, a foot of ice, because that's the heaviest part. That's what's so scary about ice. And just said, I learned my lesson with Audible, unfortunately. Nicole said, my issue with Kindle has always been that the licensing should be less than the physical book. Oh, you mean like the cost of the book? I can see what you mean, because especially during the early years of e-readers, my uncle gave me my first e-reader, and it's a brand I think that doesn't even exist anymore, and I don't have it. But he had told me when he got it for me, he was like, well, I'm hoping it's because since they're digital books that they're going to be way less expensive for you. He didn't actually look into it to see how much the books cost. And sure enough, they were like pretty much the same price as going and getting a physical copy. Now, the one nice thing about Amazon, and I do give them credit for this, is, they will sell a copy, e-copy of a book for less than it would cost to get it physically. So like, for example, I guess I don't have one right next to me, but like if I wanted to get a Discworld book, one of the mass market paperbacks is going to run me about $9, something like that. And, some of them they sell for $2. It's like, hey, that's great. I'm glad that they cost less. But yeah, for brand new books that just came out, like if you're somebody that loves to read something that's like fresh off the press, yeah, you're going to be paying pretty much the same cost And I do think that sucks. Christina says some of these ebooks cost more than the physical books. I don't doubt that. I don't know which ones do, but I don't doubt that. And you said, yes, Nicole, I forgot to tell you about it. I hope that your insurance will cover that. Surely it will, because it was due to the weather. I would hope so anyway. And we can also do another sprint for you all to pick. And then after that, we'll go down to our last two. So you can let me know for this sprint, would you like to do 30 or 45 minutes? Robert says physical bought, even though I have them on my Kindle. I've done that twice. I'm glad I'm not the only one, because there's been sometimes I've seen like those 99-cent deals. Oh, I'm not even sure they're 99 cents anymore, but they're probably like $1.75 now. But I've seen those deals that'll come through and I'm like, oh, I've had that on my wish list forever. I used to be really bad about it. And I would go and be like, click, I'll get that one. And then I'd forget that I got a deal on it. And then I'd see that book in the bookstore and be like, oh, I need to buy that. Like a doofus. Christina says, I found one book that was over $20 for the ebook and under 15 for paperback on Amazon, new, unowned. That's wild. I'm kind of wondering, was it a book that had freshly come out or was it an older book? Because I guess I have seen certain cases where a book is, I don't know, we'll say 5 years old, and their ebook costs more than the physical book. And I think it's because they're trying to unload the physical books that they have at their warehouse. So they sell them for less so that they take up less space. That's my theory. Oh no, your insurance isn't going to cover that? Oh no. This has happened before, you poor thing. Snow and ice are not considered a natural event? Flood, storms, yes. Snow and ice, no. How in the hell does that work? That doesn't make any sense. I'm so sorry. And Swank said 45. And Zach says the Batman book was a novel. It was written in 1995 to raise awareness and was shockingly tactfully done for the time. Well, I'm glad to hear that. That's good that it was tactfully done. I didn't realize it was that old. So that's pretty amazing. Christina says that time it was the whole porch and we had to pay for it and make sure it was reinforced. And Robert said, at premium Spotify, you only get 10 hours of audiobooks for the month. Really? Huh. See, I don't listen to audiobooks, so I didn't know that, but that doesn't seem like that much. Because, I mean, I guess if you are listening to multiple short books, maybe you're getting more for it, but some books aren't even 10 hours. Like, I mean, they're more than that. You know what I mean? Like, you could be listening to like a 15-hour audiobook. So if you only get 10 hours, what, you get part of the book and then it shuts it off? That would suck. Wait, how does that work, Robert? If it's a 15-hour book, how does do they just cut you off? I'd be pissed. Hey, Chris, good to see you. Chris says, I have not purchased a lot of ebooks from Amazon recently, but I still have about 75 pages of ebooks to go through and download. Oh, I'm sorry. Good luck. Christina says, LOL, that's what we said. Yeah, so you said you reinforced the porch, and so just like the weight of everything you're dealing with broke through even the reinforced part. That's what I'm guessing. And Nicole says, it's because it's a buildup of snow over time. In theory, we can all just climb on icy roofs regularly and handle it versus tornado. I see, as an insurance company, I wouldn't want to make that claim, because if somebody got up there and they fell and like broke their back and it's like, well, it's because my insurance company said that's what I needed to do. I don't know. That seems like a lawsuit waiting to happen, but maybe not. If you're just taking your life into your hands like that, maybe you wouldn't have a leg to stand on. I just realized it came out as a really bad joke. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. Robert says, shuts off. That's what happened to me. Oh my God, I'd be so mad. No. Yet another reason not to listen to audiobooks on Spotify. Faye says, does anyone know what their reasoning is for the change? It just seems to be losing them customers. I personally I don't know. I think it might just be greed. There's also, and this is just a theory because I genuinely have no idea. I think it could be the possibility that everybody always finds a way to circumvent anything that is put on a digital media to make it to where it can't be circulated, right? Like people can figure out ways to get rid of watermarks. I'm sure people can figure out ways to get rid of the digital rights management, because that's the thing, is on those books, that is the only thing that prevents you from being able to change the formatting. So if there's a way to go and get rid of that and turn it into a regular EPUB file or whatever file type it is, you can then just send that to anybody. So if they take the right away from you to be able to download it at all, and you can only send it to your Kindle device, there's no way for you to share it with anybody anymore. So that's my guess, is like maybe they have an issue with customers doing that and they know that their customers are sending books to their friends over the computer. I've never done that because up until the time that they made the announcement, I didn't even know I could download them onto my computer. And I'm not planning on sending my books to anybody. I'm just saying that maybe other people figured out how to do it and they just didn't want customers to be able to share them anymore. Nicole says they don't make the claim, they just say it's not an act of God. I think that sucks. And Zach says my 57-hour audiobook for The Count of Monte Cristo would take 6 months. That is something to think about. That's terrible. Also, the fact that The Count of Monte Cristo is 57 hours to listen to is quite something. And Nicole says pirating of downloaded books. Yeah, that's what I think it is too. Faye says, I remember when studios started making CDs incapable of ripping so people couldn't pirate, but there was such an uproar they stopped. Maybe Amazon will get a clue. I have seen a ton of videos of people saying that they're officially getting rid of their Kindle and they're going to move over to like a Kobo, for example. And the thing about Kobo that I noticed, and I don't own one, so I want to be very clear about that. I don't have one, and I'm not sponsored by Kobo. But they don't do the same thing with the digital rights management, I think, that Amazon does. And they actually do a price match with Amazon. So if like you're worried that the books are going to be more expensive on Kobo, they won't, because if like Amazon ever runs a sale, I think, and Kobo's pricing doesn't update by the time that you buy the book, there's some form or something that you can submit where they'll give you a credit back on your account for the difference of the cost. And they'll do that with any book company. Like it's not just Amazon. Like if you find a bookstore that's selling it for less, they'll give you a credit for the difference, which I think is pretty cool. So, you're not going to get the same amount of books in terms of like independently published authors, because of course most people go to Amazon anymore because they make it extremely easy for independent authors to like publish their book and just get their work out there. And Kobo doesn't have the same rights, and Amazon owns the rights to all of those independently published books. But if you're mainly somebody that reads books that are widely, from the big 5 publishers, for example, you're going to be able to find everything that you want to read from one of these other services. So yeah, a lot of people are leaving. And I think the only people who are probably really going to choose to stay with Amazon are either going to be people who don't want to buy a completely different e-reader, which completely understandable because most of the time they're hundreds of dollars, or the people who just really love independently published authors, because then you don't have a reason to want to go. And I get that. And Angela says, my issue is buying physical books from Amazon. It's rare that one arrives without a bent cover, torn jacket, or scrunched pages. The books are thrown into a box that is too big and no padding. I have had that issue as well. And fortunately, it hasn't happened with all of the books I've ever ordered from them, but it's definitely happened with enough that it's frustrating. And that's why it sucks so much that they are usually the least expensive place to buy books, and they do that on purpose, and I know this is something I've talked about on here, and again, I'm on a soapbox. I'm sorry, everybody. Forgive me. It's not super often I go on a soapbox. This is just one of them, because Amazon frustrates the shit out of me. And it's because they deliberately sell books at a loss. If you didn't know that, They are such a big company and they have so much money that they purposefully undercut every other bookstore selling books at a loss just so that they can be the biggest bookseller in the world. And I mean, they did that with diapers. They ran they ran an online diaper company out of business, bought that company, shut them down, and then went back to selling diapers at the inflated price that they were selling them for. Because they didn't care about their customer, they just cared about being the best in the biz, if you will. And so I think that's part of the reason why I haven't been buying as many books lately, other than the fact that I just have a lot and I learned a lot from my year of not buying. Is I look at the fact that I used to go on Amazon all the time and I would buy books because it was so easy. Digitally, physically, whatever, I would just be able to get a lot for not very much money. And now, whenever I think about buying a book from them, I just feel guilty because I think of businesses like Powell's and I'm like, I could go and I could spend a little bit more money to buy it from some mom and pop shop, or go and buy it from like the, what is it, bookshop.org, and be able to give credit to whatever my local bookstore is. And I feel like I'd rather save up just like a little bit more money or go to the library. Save up a little bit more money to buy it from a mom and pop shop or go to the library. Because I really just feel guilty about the idea of giving Amazon any more of my money for books. And Chris says they don't care if you pirate books as long as you don't upload the pirated books to your Kindle. I think it's about keeping control of your purchases and the ability to remove your books. Yeah. Angela says, I don't have time to return every book that is damaged. The replacement sometimes arrives in worse condition. Oh, yeah, I bet, because they're going to send the replacement the exact same way, right? Chris says, Amazon actually has a page where you can upload your pirated or found books. Amazon will then send them to your Kindle. What? I've never heard of that. Robert says, Amazon uses 5 boxes to ship 4 items. Oh, that's good. That's really good. Faye says, I find that from anywhere that you buy more than one book from, my book outlet package today had the 3 books rattling around in a box and one got scrunched. No! Faye, they were your Valentine. They betrayed you. That's not how you treat your Valentine. Shame on them. Well, anyway, everybody, thanks for letting me talk about that. The main thing here was I just wanted to make people aware in the event that you wanted to download your books. If you don't give a crap, totally cool. That is your prerogative. I don't have anything negative to say about that. But we are going to do 45 minutes for our next sprint, and I will go ahead and give you all your next question, which is going to be, and this one's an interesting one. Would you rather have the police hunting you for a crime you didn't commit or be hunted by a serial killer? And give me a thorough explanation of your answer. I want to know why, because both of them are horrifying. And Angela said, I was on a soapbox last week when I called Amazon's customer service. If it's a classic or something that I already know that I want to keep, I just go to Barnes & Noble. There you go. I respect that. Plus, sometimes you can get those Barnes & Noble Classic Editions if you really like those. I have some of those too. And Chris says it's the send to Kindle page. You can upload anything and they will send it to your Kindle. Well, then they're no better than anyone else. You suck. And Robert says, so true. Or Angela said to Robert, so true. All right, everybody. I'm going to let you have your 45 minutes back. And what am I going to go into this time? Because, again, I'm on the same page for both of these books. I think I'm actually going to dive back into Mickey 7 and get through another chapter, and then I'm going to go back into The Winter People because I'm making really good progress tonight. So I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Well, let me know how you did. I spent that entire time actually reading Mickey 7, and I got to page 171. So I'm really liking it. It's schmoovin', as I like to say. And I do know that this book has a sequel, and I got my copy from the library, so I'm curious whether they have the sequel available. But anyway, before we left, I asked a very weird question. Would you rather have the police hunting you for a crime you didn't commit or be hunted by a serial killer? Let's see what you had to say. Gotta get back to my place. Oh, man, I scrolled way too far up. Sorry. Let's see. Medium John Silver, I haven't seen you in ages. Hello. Good to see you. He said, hunted by police for a crime I didn't commit or hunted by a murderous criminal? In either case, I have a feeling I would end up trying to climb down Mount Rushmore. Honestly, that would make for an interesting book. And Kathy says, I got my business work drafted and ready to go for the week. Read 4 chapters of Throttled. Very nice. Great job. Robert says, hunted by cops. I'd have fun pretending to be Richard Kimball from The Fugitive, a serial killer. You'd never know where they were coming from. Yeah, that's true. I guess in my case, if I knew ahead of time that I was being hunted by a serial killer, I could ask other people to help protect me, like the police. I could get like the FBI involved or something. But if the police are the ones hunting me, I feel like I would have significantly fewer resources. So that's kind of my both options are terrible, but I also don't want people to think I'm guilty of a crime that I didn't commit. So basically what I'm saying is I guess I'm willing to put my own personal well-being on the line so that my reputation remains intact. And Faye says, forgot to mention last sprint, I started A Good House for Children by Kate Collins, which seems great so far. Woohoo! The sprint, I read 3 chapters of Beta Vulgaris by Margie Sarsfield. Awesome. I've never heard of that either, so I hope that you were enjoying that one equally as much, but I'm really glad that A Good House for Children has been awesome. And Nicole said, page 54 and Egalia's daughter. Very, very nice. And Faye says, you missed my reply to the question, but maybe YouTube censored me. Yeah, I didn't have anything for you. No, it went Medium John Silver, Kathy, Robert, you mentioning what books you read, but there was nothing else. There was nothing else in there. Your last comment was about Book Outlet. So I'm sorry, Faye, it's gone. Try to retype it in some other way or type it in multiple messages. Swank says, serial killer, no fear of going to jail. There you go. See? That's what I mean. And Medium John Silver says, I'm still reading my wasted weekend pick, Hell for Tomorrow, 1965 by Peter Leslie. It's a John Drake spy adventure based on the TV series Secret Agent, Danger Man. Oh, that's fun. Is that where the song Danger Man comes from? I hope so. I love that song. And Teresa says, I cooked and ate during last chat while listening to you all, then read some of my graphic novel and some of Rosie's traveling tea shot. Is it tea shot or tea shop? I'm not sure. It definitely looks like a tea. But the title of that sounds really cute. I've noticed an influx of books that have tea in the title, so I don't know if that's like a new popular word to put into like graphic novels and novels. I'm not mad at it because I love tea. I just think that it's funny. Oh yeah, shop. Sorry, no worries. I'm glad that I knew where you were going with that. Hopefully Faye will be able to put her response in and I'll be able to see it next time. I know this one was a weird question. It's okay that not everybody answered. But I do want to give the option for this coming up sprint because I'm going to do 2 more sprints. So I'm going to do one 30-minute sprint and one 45-minute sprint. So please put in the chat either 30, 45, or 45, 30, depending on what order you want to do this in. And Robert says Secret Agent Man by Johnny Rivers, great song. It really is. I love that song. And Zach says, hey, I pre-ordered A Good House for Children and never read it. Well, you got time. It's okay. Lauren is here. Hi, Lauren. Lauren says, hello, Alex. And Faye says, it didn't come up again? No, it didn't. I promise. I wouldn't skip your comment, Faye. You know that. Medium John Silver says, Secret Agent Man was a song first. The TV producer used it for the series. Okay, but I'm glad. Okay, I made the connection, though, that they did use that for the TV show. Wonderful. And Rebecca's here. Hi, Rebecca. Rebecca says, hi, I just got here reading Dungeon Crawler Carl by Matt Dinniman. Alex, how are the socks coming along? Oh, I'm so glad you asked. I got one whole sock done, and then as my Valentine's Day gift to Keaton, I told him he could pick out whatever color sock yarn he wanted, and I would make him a matching pair of that, because I told you all last time the issue I had where the sock yarn that I got wasn't a truly like sock weight yarn, and then I didn't have enough to make 2 socks. I had enough to make the one, but not a matching pair. So I got the proper yarn to be able to make a matching pair, and I'm working on those right now, and I'll show it to you. So it's a really pretty blue, and it's got like all these different colors in it. And this, it had 2 different names online. So I think they changed the name at one point, so that's why they have one of them in parentheses. But the current color is called Dragonfly, but it used to be called Kimono. And it's from a company called Hedgehog Fibers, which is they're like an independent dyer that is out of Ireland, I believe, and they hand dye everything in their own batches, and their colors that they have are really beautiful. I have like several of their different kinds of yarn. The next ones that I make, the next socks I make are going to be for me, but these are going to be my my gift to Keaton for Valentine's Day, and he is very excited. He loves the way that these are turning out. I know the colors are always dulled because of the lighting in here on the camera, but hopefully you can see the stitches and everything. But yeah, thank you for asking. Let's see, Chris said YouTube censored my comment, so it might be certain words we are using. Dang it! I asked a bad question then. I'm sorry. So if anybody else put an answer and I didn't read it, it's not because I skipped it. It was because YouTube didn't show it to me. And Faye says, hunted by censored. I'd rather censored than go to jail, to be honest. There's also the chance that all my horror and true crime knowledge will pay off and the censored will get theirs. I like that. I like that idea. And good job with the putting it in there, Faye. You were able to do it. Teresa said 30-45. All right, we can do that. Nicole agreed for 30 first. And Angela says, I love the socks. Thank you. Rebecca said they look great. Thank you so much. They've been really fun. I have discovered apparently I am a sock making fiend. Never expected that to be the case, but I am. Robert says, those freaking censors are motherfuckers. Son of a bitch. You're right. You're totally right about that, Robert. Censors. I spell good. Hey, I knew what you meant. So I will, let's see. I will get our time adjusted here. I do really love this Flocus timer. It's awesome. I'm thinking about getting the upgraded version just because they offer more like Premiere backgrounds, but I haven't decided yet because it works perfectly fine as the free version. It just would be nice if I could, because I don't know how people have been adding like book covers and stuff to like so they can show their current book that they're reading. That's one of the things I'm curious about figuring out how to do. So anyway, that was just a side note. But since we are about to start our second to last sprint, I must ask you one of my weekly questions, which is, what is something you've learned over the last week that was interesting? And I always want to emphasize that it just has to be interesting to you. It doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else, and it can be something big or small. So just anything you like. And I will go ahead and give you all your time. And thank you very much for those of you who could answer that question. I will keep that in mind for the future. I don't know if I've run into issues with that before where my questions have led to censoring problems. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. But anyway, I will give you all your time and I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 156 in The Winter People and 177 in Mickey 7. So, made a lot of progress tonight. I am 60% of the way through Mickey 7 and 41% of the way through The Winter People. So, very happy with that. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you've learned over the last week that was interesting? Let's see what you had to say. And Nicole says they create overlays where they remove the background photo. Photo P is free online and has a magic tool that will delete contrasting backgrounds. That's cool. Chris says, I read a book that was on the Women's Prize for Nonfiction long list. It was about a heart transplant for a young boy. The book also covered the history of heart transplants. Very interesting. Well, that sounds interesting. And hopefully you thought that it was good. That's my hope. And Medium John Silver says, I learned that Phil Connors read 1 page per day from the bookcase in the bed and breakfast to keep track of how many days he was stuck in Groundhog Day in an early draft. That's actually amazing. I wish that they would have kept that in. Zach says, I learned there was an ancient Roman Greek garment called a chiton. Made me think of you and this question because the person pronounced it like Keaton. Oh, okay. Keaton. That's great. Yeah. Censors. Oh, YouTube censors me a lot. They want to keep the populace dumb and soft. Faye says, I learned that there could be 3 fights in the first 9 seconds of a hockey game. Who knew? Can there really? I didn't know that either. That's very interesting. Robert says, what I learned, Rob Sterling wrote the most stories for The Twilight Zone. Richard Matheson was second. Very, very cool. Nicole says, off to call hubby and we'll miss last chats and sprints. Thanks for hosting. Well, thanks for coming, Nicole. It's always great to see you. She said, night all. Robert says, Nicole, chew the fat. And Cherie, excuse me. Sorry, Cherie. Good to see you again. You said it did a 3-day training to become a certified social skill coach for young adults with ASD, autism spectrum disorder. That's amazing. And congratulations for you on becoming certified for that. That is a very worthwhile goal. And Faye says, Canada versus USA hockey game the other day. The players just wanted to fight. Oh, how funny. I'm kind of curious in looking that up. I guess in terms of the sports world, I learned a little bit about Mike Tyson's career and how he was kind of like adopted and taken under the wing of a guy who was a huge boxing coach at the time who saw the potential in Mike Tyson. And I guess Mike Tyson started fighting like grown men when he was 13 years old. And that's how he became like so famous so fast, is because he just had somebody who believed in him. And but that's also the reason why he ended up having a huge fall later on in his career, and why he went to prison, is because he basically said, you gave this kid millions of dollars for punching people, what do you expect to happen? And I thought that was really interesting. I knew like one of the interesting things about Mike Tyson already was that he loved birds, and he has raised pigeons since he was a kid. And that's actually how his first fight started. Was this kid took away one of his birds and he was begging this kid to give it back, and the kid very sadly killed his bird in front of him, and Mike Tyson beat the crap out of him. And that was how like Mike Tyson started everything, and then the person that he would become and like his fame, which I thought was really wild. So yeah, that was my interesting thing this week. So thank you all for sharing, and that just leaves us one 45-minute sprint to do tonight, and then we will be all done. So I'm getting the timer changed right now, and I also get to ask you all my last question I ask after every sprint, which is what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? And it can be big, it can be small, it could be something you did 5 minutes ago or something you did last Saturday. It doesn't matter, just something that you are proud of. And Faye says, I also learned that JP Morgan was supposed to be on the Titanic maiden voyage, but canceled at the last minute. I feel like I've heard that somewhere. And I saw this really interesting video just speaking of the Titanic, that there is a museum, and I've seen like the traveling museums before because there was one that came to a museum when I was a kid, and I actually got to go in and like touch, a fake iceberg and stuff like that. But I guess there's a museum that has a pool of water where you can like dunk your hand in and hold it there as long as you feel like you can, and it's the same temperature that the water was the night of the Titanic. And they say that after you hold your hand in the water for 8 seconds, that you start feeling like a burning sensation. And oh God, like the Titanic is so interesting as a tragedy, and I think that like the movie that was made about that is just going to be famous forever. I hope they never remake that. If you talk about movie remakes that should never be done, they better never attempt to remake the Titanic. And Cherise said, Mike Tyson's story is remarkable. He was fighting in the street rings at a young age. Yeah. I mean, 13, right? Like fighting grown men. That is wild. And Swank says, a male platypus is poisonous. Yes, he's got that little barb, but non fatal to humans. Yeah, I think that's really cool. And I think, if I remember correctly, they're only fatal during mating season. I think there might be only a time, like a specific time of year in which they have poison in that barb. I could be wrong. I feel like I've heard that though. But yeah, so that was really awesome. Thank you all for sharing, and think of that last question. And I will get us started here. And it looks like we're going to be ending just a smidge under 5 hours tonight. So pretty good on that. And I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come back from the final sprint of the night and let me know how you did. I am ending tonight for the Winter People on page 156, and I am ending Mickey 7 on page 188. So I made a ton of progress tonight in both books, and I actually spent part of that last sprint just working more on my sock because I realized how tired my eyes were looking at print, and I was just kind of losing my concentration, so I needed something else to work on. So that's what I did, and it was a lovely time. So hopefully overall tonight you have felt productive with these sprints, doing whatever it is that you wanted to do, whether it was reading or dishes or you needed to take a nap, whatever it was. But before we left, I asked you all the question I ask every week for our final question, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you are proud of? Let's see. So Faye was the last one to answer, or I should say first before the sprint started. She said, anything about the Titanic gets to me because I had relatives who died on it. My grandfather was at the launch as a toddler. That's crazy. I didn't know that, Faye. That's wild. No wonder. I'm sure you've learned a lot about it then. And Zach says platypuses are venomous, not poisonous. Also, the females produce milk but don't have nipples. Ah, and yeah, you're right. Sorry if I was saying poisonous, Zach. I do know the difference between venomous and poisonous. There was something funny I had learned years ago, which is that if you bite it and you die, it's poisonous. If it bites you and you die, it's venomous. But in this case, I guess it would be if you get poked with a barb. As I don't think it affects humans, but yeah, you're absolutely right. They are venomous. So thank you for that. And I know some mammals, they don't have teats like a cow does, for example. So like a manatee, they nurse under their armpit, and I think, is it elephants that do the same? So I'm wondering where it is that they produce milk, if it's under like one of their arms or something. I'm not sure. That's really cool though. And Faye says, Zach, that sounds uncomfortable. And Swank says, min culpa. He said, I set up appointments for next week. Very good job. Faye says, I bit off way more books than I could chew this month, but I had a big reading week and kept on top of return dates and blog deadlines. Good job. That's awesome. Hope you're still enjoying your blog, Faye. And Swank says, gotta go. Thanks for the sprints. Thanks for hanging out, Swank. Medium John Silver says, tiny accomplishment. Thursday Wordle and 3 guesses. Opera, Larch, and Roach. Good job. That's always, that feels really good to get the Wordle in 3 or less. And Faye says, I want to binge something tonight, but don't know what. Should I go true crime, horror, thriller, sci-fi, drama, or comedy? Too many things. I can tell you that one show that Keaton and I just started watching, we're way behind on the curve, but are loving it, is Only Murders in the Building. So if you haven't watched that yet, you totally should. And Teresa says, are you liking the Winter People? I am. I really am. And I feel like it's going like pretty fast. I don't want to necessarily say where I am because I don't want to spoil anything for anybody who hasn't gotten here yet. But we know, well, you know, from the back blurb that the present day character Ruthie and her little sister Fawn, their mom Alice, has gone missing. So that has happened, and they're currently trying to figure out where she is. So that's been an interesting time. I think my favorite perspective, though, so far is definitely Sarah. Hers is the most unique, especially her talking about her auntie, or auntie, however you would say it. But I think that's really cool. That's definitely the most interesting part. Her and her husband, Martin. And you said, I just went for a walk even though it's only 20. You know what's so funny is I have actually been thinking about going out for a walk too because I've been so restless. And even though I'm so tired, I feel like I'm going to get off of sprints and I'm going to have to go and like do push-ups or something because I feel like I need to exercise. So hopefully you stayed warm and you bundled up really well going outside because I hate being cold. Hate it. And Christina, hi Christina. Christina says, hi Alex, been lurking tonight. That's okay. Bad cold. I'm sorry. I hope you feel better over the weekend. Thanks for the sprints. I always look forward to Friday and try to plan my work day to end when your sprints start. You were so sweet. I'm so happy you got to be here, even if you were lurking. I get so much reading done. Good night, all. Well, good night to you too, Christina. Thank you. And Robert says, you always do a great job with these sprints. Keaton. Yes, thank you, Robert. Angela says, octopuses have 3 hearts. Yes, they do. I think that's really awesome. Octopuses, I can't eat octopus anymore. I only had it a couple times, but now that I know how intelligent they are and emotional, I can't do it. Never again. And Teresa says, Faye, say a thriller or horror. Faye says, I watched season 1 of Only Murders, but I don't want to have. Oh, but I don't have that streamer at the moment. Oh, darn. Okay, I know what you mean. Faye says, Teresa, thanks. That narrows my choices. There you go. I say go thriller. Go thriller, Faye. In the spirit of Only Murders in the Building. Angela says, thanks for the sprints. I've had a productive day of reading with you and Nicole today. Woohoo! 210 pages. That's awesome. Have yourself a good week ahead. I loved The Winter People. Well, thank you so much, Angela. Really glad you loved The Winter People, and I hope that you have a fantastic weekend. And great job with all your reading. Zach says, platypuses have grooves in their belly that filled with milk, and the baby licks it up. Oh, cool! Mammary glands are on what's called the milk line, which runs from the armpits to the groin. That's wild. Thank you for sharing, Zach. Christina says, I really enjoyed The Winter People. Excited for the read-along discussion. Yes, I'm really excited for it too. Zach says, walruses have nipples in their armpits. Animal dolphins have them in their groin. Huh. Teresa says, yes, I dressed warm. I think I will save The Winter People for next winter. That's totally okay. No worries at all. Faye says, will do. Thanks. Welcome. Angel, excuse me, says, thank you for sprints. See you at book club. Yes, I'll see you there. I don't know if Andrew's planning on joining you as well, but I look forward to seeing you, Angel. And to everybody else, have a fantastic weekend. I'm going bowling with my family tomorrow, so I'm really looking forward to that. I haven't been bowling now in probably a couple years, and it's duck pin bowling, which I haven't done, I think, since I was a kid. So it's going to be great. And yeah, so I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend, and I will see you all next week. Bye.